A ver, vamos a ver. Orbiter. Minimizar. Llegué aquí. Vaya por Dios. No sé qué puñetas está pasando, pero había pasado esto. Últimamente me están cambiando la IP con demasiada regularidad.
Comparte pantalla. Te digo cómo se arregla.
¿Cómo se arregla y qué?
Que no te cambie la IP del ordenador. Comparte pantalla.
¿Cómo era? CMC. Symbol Sistema.
Comparte pantalla.
Symbol Sistema. ¿Y cómo es? IPconfig.
Comparte pantalla.
IPconfig separado IP o todo junto. Todo junto.
Que no es ahí, coño. Ahí solo la miras, pero no haces que no te cambie.
Me da igual. Así es seguro. A ver, vamos a ver. Puerta NASSP determinado. 192, 168. Ahora lo han puesto ahí. Vale, de acuerdo. Vale, vamos a ver. Entonces, más, prosine. Vale. Function external MFD. Vale. Bridge to another disky WebSocket. ¿Qué? ¿Qué está pasando?
A ver, comparte pantalla.
What the fuck? No entiendo nada. Espera, vamos a...
Comparte pantalla o explica el problema.
¿Qué diablos está pasando aquí?
A ver, explica el problema. Explícalo.
Pero el problema es que ya he visto... ¿Qué diablos está pasando?
Explain the problem.
The problem is that I already... Espera, vamos a chequear, que a lo mejor hay cambia alguno de los números y no me he dado cuenta. Tengo que usar la de la puerta de NASSP determinada, ¿no?
No.
Ah, IPv4.
Sí.
Vale, eso ya tiene sentido, señora Anderson. A ver. Bridge to another disky WebSocket. Estos vuestros intentos para que yo no llegue al 17.
Tengo que hacer un vídeo con lo que has dicho antes,
¿Eh?
Tengo que hacer un vídeo con lo que has dicho antes.
Con lo que has dicho antes. Vale, conectado. It's connected.
Bueno,
Vale.
me voy. Me voy. Vale. Llegas a la reentrada hoy.
30 minutes to copy block data 26.
¿Cuánto te queda?
Bueno.
Vale. A la
61 menos 40 y...
Chao,
3.
chao.
No, 41. 61 menos 40. The hours for more or less around 20 hours for the orbit burn. That's California. South America. 2 minutes to copy block data 26. Hello, Adrian. Today I felt brave enough to use the micro. In 2 hours, in a little less than 2 hours, we will terminate battery charge B. Let's see if we can see that sunset. glad to say that I am a little above the planned limits for this mission regarding the RCS propellant consumption. So I am perfect for the last SPS burn for the orbit. Just checking that the switches are correctly set. It's just, it confused me, the fact that in less than 2 hours we will stop charging battery B, and however this indicator seems very seems without any motion, and that scares me a little. The Polo engine was really marvelous. This mission has had only 23.8% of fuel in both tanks, and that was enough to perform seven burns, and of course we have plenty of fuel to make the last burn for the orbit. So just imagine how good was this engine. 76.2% will be used for entering moon orbit and to exit moon orbit. I am gonna be optimistic and maybe before performing the entry to the orbit, maybe we will see the moon touching or inside the sun flare, and I think that will be amazing to see. I don't know, maybe yes. The moon is right now here and it's moving all the time towards the sun, because a little more than 10 days ago there was a sun eclipse in 1968 that happened, so it's evident that the moon will try to pass in front of the sun again. It probably will don't touch the disk, maybe yes, but I don't think that we will see that. But maybe it will be cool if we can see at least the moon inside the exterior disk. I'm gonna try to find Mercury. There is Mercury. We can do it. In past hours the moon was around here, close to Mercury, and just in a few hours the moon moved from here to there, so it is really fast. It moved really fast, the moon. I don't know. We will probably miss it in any case. That it's more probable. But it will be cool if we can see the moon shape over here with a little of lucky. the Earth, and it seems that it will be the most probable output. If the Earth doesn't move back, we will reach California in some minutes. I was wrong. This is America, but we are already too much to the south. The last revolution I saw California, but the Earth really moves fast. This should be South America already. Oh, I'm wrong. Two orbits earlier, I saw California. The last orbit, I saw Panama, and now, evidently, we are entering South America. gosh. I am doing... Oh my gosh. Maybe we will be able to see Nazca lines. I am wrong. I bet I am wrong. But I think I identified something that make me think that maybe we were in the correct spot at the correct time, but I am not sure. At this point I didn't see nothing, but I am doing screenshots just in case. Wow, amazing. What a view. No, I'm not joking. We were really close to Nazca lines. I will check the pictures later. Wow! Amazing. I think this area from here, following what I saw in Google, is to make salt. The fields. Oh. No, I don't think so. I was thinking that this maybe was a runway, but I don't think so. Wow. If you are curious, this high resolution add-on, it's equivalent to 35 gigabytes. very familiar with South America geography, but I am wondering if this giant river is the Amazonas. I am gonna check Google Maps. Probably not, because I think Amazonas is, well, we are reaching Atlantic. We are reaching the Atlantic, so maybe that is the Amazonas. I'm trying to find my position with Google Maps. No lucky. I am disoriented. I am trying to find this little island in this area, but I am not having lucky. Oh. No lucky. I have here Cabo Frio, but I am not convinced. It may be Cabo Frio. Oh. Or Rio de Janeiro, maybe. Yeah, I think that was Rio de Janeiro. Yeah, I just found the island. Yeah, we saw Rio de Janeiro. Not in time to point it out. So the giant river we saw. Oh, okay. I think it's named just Rio Grande. So it was not the Amazonas at all. It was not. Yep. Yeah. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I think we already saw the Nazca lines this time. my first time in my life using Orbiter. I must check the pictures I did, but I think we were over it. Okay. Very amazing views, in any case. Okay, I'm checking, and in less than 30 minutes, I think. Yeah, in 28 minutes we will stop the battery charge of the B battery, and well, the last time I saw this it was in 35, and now is in 35.1, and that I think it's fine. Battery, I think it's fine, but I wish... Oh, it's very fine, indeed, it's very fine. I think it's fine then. Yeah. Normally it was in 35 with 35.1 volts, and it's true that the last time I checked it was at 34.9 volts, so that's why we are charging the batteries. Correction, we are charging the B battery, so it returned to nominal values, I guess. So all looks fine. Hi there, elegant air. Oh. Oh, okay. Nice view. I'm really amazed with the fact that the astronauts were able to see so much planets in one direction. Amazed me. I don't think it was made in purpose, but it's like, I don't know, it's like if the gods were there to witness the Apollo program, the beginning of the crew manned Apollo program. This is, like I said in previous videos, I must say that in the first videos I was identifying uncorrectedly these planets. I thought at the beginning that this was Jupiter and this was Uranus. I was wrong. I was checking, and now I am very confident when I am saying that this one is Venus and this one is Neptune. See if I can see the other. Ah. The other planets should be there, but I can't see them. Oh, because the Earth is hiding them. Mercury is here. I bet that you can't see it, but it's like a little brown spot. And the other planets, Jupiter and Uranus and Mars right now are behind the Earth. So we will see another sunset. Let's see if I'm very curious about the moon. Probably I will be very busy, when preparing the orbit, so I will not have time to see the sun or whatever. But I will try to be alert, because I would like very much if I can see the moon around here before the re-entry. It will make a very nice screenshot. I don't know what will happen, but I would try to finish this mission next Monday, next Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday, maybe no, Sunday I can't fly Sundays because I work maybe at night I can fly a little. I don't know. I think that I will prepare all for the final hours around, yeah, definitely Sunday night, Spain time, because I am from Spain. And or maybe Monday. It will depend on a lot of things, but it's evident that I am very close to finish this mission. And in the previous video I mentioned it in the description that I needed 3 months to make this, but in reality I has passed 4 months since I started this mission. I repeated some things along the way, but I learned a lot of things. I am very happy with my results. Not bad, my first time doing this. I will probably die in my first attempt trying to make the re-entry. I have no doubts about that. I died around 3 times learning how to launch this rocket. But I am sure that as soon as I can understand the procedure, I will do it. Right now, the 2 only things I need to learn, it's the re-entry and a little procedure that I have not made yet. It's described at the flight plan as initiate cabin cold soak. I checked the procedures I have and it seems very easy to do. My friend Turry said me that it makes reduce the cockpit temperature, the cabin temperature. I think that is maybe for re-entry, for entry purposes, because I imagine that during the re-entry, despite the shield, the temperature inside the cabin probably moves up during the entry. Not in a bad way, but I bet that reducing the temperature here will make things more comfortable later. The only well, along the way I have noticed several bugs that until I know are already reported, but this flight is very stable overall. This is one of the bugs. It seems that for this simulation they made the O2 tanks smaller than the real ones, because the stratification tests takes forever with the real size of the tanks, with the real tank size, and it's very boring, and you must be very alert with this in middle of rendezvous, and it's a pain in the ass, that stratification test. So I think that because that they made the O2 tanks smaller, so the test is faster, very faster, and they work very well the first two times. Well, I am gonna check because here okay, it worked correctly the first time, but the second time I did the test, the pressure started to move very fast in a not nominal way. It reached 1050 psi, the pressure, maybe a little more, but it was fine, because if the information I saw in Google is correct, these tanks can stand 1500 psi before braking, so that time all was fine. But the third time and last time I did the stratification test, I was ready, very ready, but that time the pressure started to move like crazy, and I am very the indicator moved out of the scale, and I am very confident that it probably reached 1006 or 700 psi. So in real life I should have lose both tanks, because the problem, it's the same for the tank 1 and as well. So that's a very important problem that it must be fixed. If I am not wrong, in the future there are plans to make this simulation able to detect failures, even to simulate how things breaks physically. Lucky of me, this is not the case. These tanks can't explode or whatever, but I am very sure that in the last certification test, I died theoretically, but it's not my fault. It's, as I said, it's a problem with making the O2 tanks smaller than the real ones. And since the second test, these indicators are all the time moving down and up in a very not nominal way, but I can't. I am happy because the auto systems, the auto fans in auto and the auto heaters in auto are able to manage these problems, so we have not alarms here and there. But it's this must be fixed with no doubts. However, the hydrogen tanks worked very well along the mission. No complaints about them. Then I noticed a strange bug with the sextant optics. Sometimes they move alone, and I still don't know how to avoid it. Turry, a friend of mine, said to me that you must basically move the optics, and it solves by itself. But it's a very I still don't get it completely. That made me fail into P22, most probably, because I was fighting the lens movement to mark the spots I wanted. But well, as I said, if you move I think that you must put this in CMC, try to move the lens, or maybe a mix of putting this in off, I mean in zero. This switches from here. When you put this in zero, you reset the lens position, so they move to 0, 0 and 0, 0, 0. When you put this in off, you put this in manual, you can move the optics. I think that you must put this in CMC and try and press the buttons you need to in your keyboard to try to move the lens, and then they stop. In any case, it's a little annoying, but it has a solution. And I think that, well, there are little texture problems, but that is not a real problem for me. But like you can see at this spot from here, textures start doing things very strange, and this indicator from here appear here, and I notice it as well that that you can see the exterior behind this little corner. That should not happen. I am a perfectionist, I guess, but well, it's very strange to see the earth behind this corner. It should not happen. And I think that those are the most problematic things I noticed in this mission. I am saying all this because I am flying a beta version, so we can't really say that this mission is very finished right now. The procedures are very well done. I didn't find any mistake on my flight plan. Well, I am lying. I don't know why, but the you can't see it, but at this corner of the screen, I have the flight plan in a little window, and even then I have a physical flight plan that I printed, and they must fix the first hours after reaching the orbit at the MFD. I still don't know why, but it is not correct, and so you must use the physical procedures that I printed as well to make the first around the 2 first hours. In other words, you have 3 manuals, and you have one that is focused in launch and post-launch. You must follow the post-launch in physical format and do not use the MFD that I am using here at this corner, because basically because there is well, if you follow the MFD flight plan, you will find you will have problems, but that has consequences because you must know perfectly when to move down the flight plan at the virtual window, and because that I had a little problem because I was positioned for the S4B locks, and that is how can I describe this? The second stage after the launch moves automatically and open some valves to make the remnant fuel go to the space. That procedure is there to make the second stage safer, to avoid any explosion, any accidental burn. So all the fuel tanks are empty, and I had the computer perfectly set and all was set, but I forgot to prepare my ordeal, and it was a very it was not a terrible mistake, but it was a mistake because oh wait, I must okay we finished with this. Battery charge off. Okay, circuit breaker, battery relays but B close. Okay, DC indicator, selector, main as. Okay, we stopped charging battery B, and next procedure in a little more than 45 minutes will be a redundant component check from the ECS system. Okay, I was trying to explain that I forgot to set my ordeal, and the only problem was that I was not able to know what was the second stage attitude, but that was not a problem. This part from here, the EMS was set correctly, so it was a small mistake, and that was because when following the checklist, I didn't see set the ordeal, because I am more familiar with how it works, the MFD flag plan from here, because this one moves automatically, more or less. It's a very helpful item that makes things very easy, especially since I am only one person doing 3 men work, and with this I could not forget the ordeal, but at the flag plan, since you must move all the time from one page to other, sometimes it's a little tricky follow the checklist using a physical format, because it's all the time and do steps 1 to 2 of system checks at page 1-3, things like that, and you must all the time return to the flag plan, and some things can happen then. But overall, after that, all was very smooth. Of course, with delay I set the ordeal, and all was ready for undocking from the second stage. So well, I don't know. I have problems with, I think it was I did, there is something called slush dumping test that you must perform after the third SPS bar. I did it in a wrong way. I was checking my videos and I did it in a very wrong way the first time. The second time was correctly performed. At the first time I was a very idiot, because I just put all in auto, and I was holding the attitude during 10 minutes, but in auto when the test was in SDS mode. So I did little mistakes like that along the way, but nothing very bad. I think that the fourth SPS bar was made more or less in a fine way, but I remember that I repeated it because I just wanted to make it a little better. Basically because I think that at that barn I forgot to put this in high when after the barn. This just define how much fuel we'll use to keep an attitude. Since I made the burn when low, because I was using more fuel, but it's not a very problem for a very short ignition like it was. But I repeated that burn just because I wanted to practice, and I needed a lot of attempts to learn how to make the P22 that are there to determine your state vector using landmarks, but at the end I learned how to do them, how to perform these P22s, and I think that they are very easy when you know what is happening and how you must move. And the procedure that I needed to repeat more was the P23, that it's again a program to determine your state vector, your position in space. It's intended so if you have communication fails, you have a communication fail and you can't speak nevermore with Houston, or for some reason the system you need to overall is, if you lose communications with Houston, the astronauts were able to perform a P23 to determine your state vector by looking through the sextant. And the procedure is very similar, if not the same thing, like the sailors do, like the sailors did, or maybe they still do it in the sea. They use the sextant to determine the angle between the horizon and the sun, and that allows them to specify the position on the Earth. Here is basically the same. You must put this over the horizon of the Earth, while this other lens move up looking for the star, so the computer can determine how is the angle between the horizon and the star. And that was a very stressful procedure. I think that I found out a very nice procedure to make it, but I must practice it a lot. In real life, it seems that in real life this computer was really not able to perform such procedure. It seems that it really was not able to do it. It's not about if I don't know. I have some information about why they couldn't do that in real life, but the information I have has no sense, because there are procedures that, for example, state that under 500 nautic miles, when you are orbiting a celestial body like the moon or the Earth, for P23 you must use the moon or the Earth horizon. I don't know how to explain this. What I am trying to say is that theoretically Apollo 7 was not doing nothing impossible, but in real life Shira at the end was not performing. It seemed that he didn't perform the P23s because they weren't working properly. but I still don't know really why. I don't know if the computer just was not able to do that because they were doing in low orbit, or maybe they were not able to do that because they were not able to see where the Earth was. But that depends of how things works in real life. In Orbiter, in this simulator, in this simulation, I must say that it's a pain in the ass because when you are looking through this, you are not able to see nothing. So you can't, you just can't know if you are looking at the Earth or looking to the space. This is an example. We are looking just to that point, and when you use the sextant, this is absolutely this is black. This is as black as the Earth over here. The Earth is right now here, and when you are using this view, there is a little book, but very helpful book, that you can see little lights flashing all over the horizon, and that's the only thing I have to know where is the Earth horizon. So I have discovered that if you move the spacecraft to put this over the horizon at the correct time, things works a little much fine in P23s. But again, only because I have these little flashing sparks along the Earth horizon, because you can really, you just don't know where is the Earth here. So here is the problem. If in real life they weren't able to find the Earth horizon, I personally think that could explain a little more why Shira was not able to make the P23s. In any case, I needed always more than one attempt to make the P23. So just imagine trying to do this in real life. While I have all the attempts I want to make it work, I bet that at the end I understand perfectly because why this was not able, I mean, why this was not possible in real life. And there is a problem because, and that is a problem because the first P23 in fact is made during daylight. That for me is the logical thing to do, because in that situation you can see perfectly the Earth horizon. But I bet that in real life, in that situation, however, you can't see the stars. So you can't select neither of them to perform this P23, and so therefore the best solution is do this at night. But there we can see the stars, but we can't see the Earth. So that's a very problem. Sadly I can't ask Lovell or other astronaut alive how this worked. But using the simulation, I can understand more or less why this procedure, while possible, was very, very hard to do. But I think that sadly in this mission I can't make more P23, but I really think that I reached in the last P23 I did a very stable procedure to make this. and the key is, under my point of view, is maneuver the spacecraft, put the Earth at this part of the optic, because that will help the computer to calculate all much better. And when you have moved the spacecraft that way, and you have the star that you are gonna to use over here or here over the horizon, at the correct time you proceed with the program, so the spacecraft moved along at the correct spot. But the addition I could make is, then you must move the ship to put this exactly over the horizon, and at that moment you must move very fast, because you must put the spacecraft in 3 in minimum impulse, and you must try to keep that spot calculated by the computer steady, and then you must put this in CMC, so the optics start looking for the star you selected. And basically, when you have the star here, you put this in manual, you move the star a little over here, and you press mark that in that moment. If you do that correctly, you will probably have good numbers. Not the perfect numbers, because you did it blind, but you will have acceptable numbers. And I think that the key on all this is, as I said, the key point is put the Earth here down, and be sure to put this over the horizon using these little spark flashing lights, just at the horizon of the Earth. That way you will have numbers under an error of 500. That is acceptable. In any case, I will do P-23s in Apollo 8 in a more nominal conditions, so I will have another chances to prove my theory. I am very sorry if you couldn't understand a shit. I am from Spain, and I am not very familiar with. I am not used speaking English. But maybe someone will find interesting my little descriptions. Maybe someone will find helpful these descriptions for their own P-23 in low orbit. I could like to think that in real life the horizon was very well determined, because the absence of stars at the Earth spot. So if you ask me, and I repeat that the real mission was not able to perform these P-23s, if you ask me, the key is prepare all using this telescope view, and only then, when you have all very all correctly set, you can move to the sextant and try to your best moving the star over here and wishing low numbers. That is the best you can do to try to make the P23s in low orbit. And finally, I could say that another thing very important is learning a lot of things, a lot about the stars. Using this simulation, you can press F9 so you can see these labels. Well, wait a moment. Here, when you press F9, the simulation show you all the stars you must use to perform a lot of programs, P23, P52, P51, and so. Of course, these labels were not there in real life, so the astronauts were really forced to learn a lot about the constellations, about the stars' names. Very crazy. Therefore, I must say that another thing very important to make P23 in Leo is learn a lot about the stars, because when the flight plan say you this is in fact the star I used in my last P23 Rigor, but here is the problem: if you don't know where is Rigor, because you know it, if you don't know where is Rigor or Sirius or Canopus, you have a very big problem. That is the real reason why you need repeat P23, in fact, several times to make them. Of course, the astronauts were able to know where Rigor was, because they can see another star to the left and say Rigor is to the right, so they know, they were able to move the spacecraft correctly. But I can't do that, since I don't know where is Rigor. That is the principal problem I have to make 23 in Leo. But if someday I can learn about these stars, and maybe I will be able to make this without this help. And I must add, however, one thing more, and I will shut up after that. The position of these stars are the positions recorded in 2016, because I am using Orbiter 2016, and these green labels, however, show us the position of the stars at 1968. You can't notice it very well, but if you imagine where is the center here, the star is right now a little to the right from the center, so that star moved that little bit in the past years, and so you want a very high precision. Using these labels are still recommended, because you will not use the star, you will use the center of this level, this green level. In the practice you can use the stars, you will have very small errors, but it's important to know that the real center of these green levels show us the real position of these stars at the present simulated year. But I still think that it could be cool if someday I can make these missions without using these levels. Personally, I can't recognize that much the constellations. I am always very lost about the constellations in this simulator. I am only able to notice Cassiopeia, Orion, and the Urs Major. I mean the big bear. I don't know how to name that constellation. The one used to find the North Star. But only that. The other stars are, I mean, I can't identify the other constellations, but probably the same way I am able to recognize the more famous ones, Orion and the others I mentioned. I bet that with practice and when learning, I could identify the rest of constellations. I need to know then what star I am looking all the time, and that will help me a lot for P23 in the future. I guess that in real life Houston could give very nice clues in real life. I have not that option, so if I want to make the P23s in the first attempt, I really must learn about all these stars and all of these constellations to identify them by myself and know how I must move the spacecraft. Because if you can't move in time the spacecraft towards the star you are using, you have a big problem. Well, you have a big problem to follow the flight plan. Of course, you can move the spacecraft whatever the way you want and choose whatever is the star you want. That is a perfect option to do. Maybe I will do it someday if I don't want to learn about the stars, but I think that it could be cool if I can just say this is Vega. That could be amazing if I can look through the window and I don't know, look at that and say that is Vega. That could be amazing, and it could be very helpful to perform these P23s that under my point of view are, because all of these the hardest procedures of all. But they are really important, because if you really lose communications with Houston, these P23s are the only thing you have to update your state vector and return alone without any help from Houston to the Earth. so it's a very important procedures. We are, I think that is Hawaii. I could like to add nothing about the P23s, but I would like to say that a lot of people said me that start this through Apollo 8 because they say that Apollo 8 is easier. It probably is more easy than Apollo 7, but I am very happy with my decision, with my choice. I really think that if you want to start to learn how to fly in this marvelous spacecraft, Apollo 7 is the correct answer, because while it is very hard from a lot of points of views, it will really teach you all you need to make later missions. I mean, in Apollo 9 I will be in the same situation. I will be there without any understanding of the lunar module, but by that time I will already fly 3 missions with TSM, so under my point of view it's a good plan. It's a good plan. And in the same way, for Apollo 11 I will be very familiar with the TSM, and the lunar module will be familiar because at that time I could have used the lunar module 3 times. So let's see what happens. It will take months before reaching Apollo 11, of course, but well, it's a plan. And under my point of view, flying this spacecraft is much more easy than I thought at first. I really thought that I could need a lot of attempts for doing this, doing that, but at the end you don't need that really much attempts to make these things work. That was my experience. Maybe it will be different for other people, but this ship is shockingly good. It's very well conceived. It really can go to the fucking moon. For me it's really clear that it can go to the moon and return without any problem. It's very amazing. At the end it's a little repetitive, of course it is, but it really feels very good. Well, of course I could press the R key. The R key, I think, is the R key in the keyboard, and the T key, the ones that allow you to accelerate the time or reduce the time, but I hate those. I don't like like you already know, I really like fly these things in real time in the way I can. Sadly I must go to work, so I fly as much as I can. 3 hours here, 4 hours there, maybe 10 when I have a rest period of time in real life, I mean. But overall I really like the perspective of doing this in real time. 4 months, I think it's a very possible time to do. It's not impossible, like you can see. And of course, if you were be able to fly this 8 hours per day, this could not take longer than 2 months. And of course only 10 days if you are brave enough, like Turry, to make this in real time. Because my friend Turry, that has a channel over here in YouTube, you can look for him through his channel named Point XP, I think it's name his channel. But he has made these missions in real time. He has reached Apollo 12 in real time. I think that's really amazing. But he had problems here and there, and for example in the last mission he missed the well at the end he didn't miss a cheat, but he thought at the time that he missed his opportunity to land on the moon using the yellow letters, the MCC. And her friends, the people behind NASSP, were very helpful, and after that problem they were calculating all the mission using a tool that there is hidden in the, you can't see it, but you can, well, you can see it here. These are the MFD, the virtual MFD of the simulation, and you have 2 of them. Like you can see here 2 buttons. These are the MFD for the simulator, and I am using an external MFD where I'm watching all the time the flight plan. That one you can't see that one, but those MFDs has a tool named RTCC that allows you to calculate all the burns if you want to make your own mission to the moon. It's a tool that I don't know how to use, but I will need to learn how to use it beyond Apollo 12, because beyond that mission I have no MCC to use, nevermore, because like I said, this is a beta add-on that is in development, so they finished all in a very stable way until Apollo 12, but beyond that 13, 14 and the others until 17 you must calculate all by your own using that MFD tool named RTCC. Well, I will see if I learn how to use it. that tool is very cool because someday maybe I want, if I want, I could make my own missions to the moon. I personally would like to land in the far side of the moon. I love Tsiolkovsky crater. I love that crater. It could be a very amazing if I was able to land over there, and this tool could make that possible. Or Copernico. I could go to the Copernico crater. You can plan your own missions using that tool, so it could be cool. Learn how to use it. But right now I just want make the missions and use as much as possible the MCC that represents Houston for the present mission, Apollo 7 to Apollo 12. And I must say that it worked very well in this mission for me, because it seems that if you perform very badly, if you make things very wrong in a very wrong way, maybe you can make that MCC crash and stop saying you stop calculating for you nothing. In fact, when you press one key in the keyboard, in Spanish is the tabulador key, la tecla tabulador, I don't know, the tab, I think its name in English, the tab key. When you press that, you have these options here at this corner, and you must be very careful to not press 4 key, I think, because you can make the CCM stop working properly, or maybe if you press request abort. Those are keys that you don't want to press at any time soon. But those are good options. I think that some of you have already saw some of the block data numbers. The block data are data you need to perform emergency entries. So I guess that if you, for some reason, you must make an emergency entry, one of the things you should do is press 8 to request abort. But I am not sure. In any case, when you do that, you must use the block data numbers that were provided along the mission. For example, one of my data information, I already passed hour 243, so I can't use that information to perform an emergency re-entry. But if I want to make one, it could be the next opportunity window that is set for hour 245 and 35 plus 35 minutes plus 17 seconds. I could try to make an emergency entry using these values. So I could try to make a SPS burn at that time using a delta F of 373 with 6 feet per second. So that means that I should perform a burn so my velocity could change 373.6 feet per second, so I could make a safely re-entry over one spot in the earth. I don't know if I could land on ground or the sea. I don't know that part, but I hope to avoid any emergency entry. But it's one of the things you must do in missions like this one. You must copy all the block data in each time, because that makes you feel a little more safe. But I hoped to avoid using this forever. I don't know. I really think that at the end it's very easy to fly this spacecraft. The moment you press most buttons is in launch, overall, just to be sure that every single switch is correctly positioned before the launch. But honestly, I didn't touch nothing about this. It's logic, because Apollo 7 didn't have a high gain antenna. I don't have one of that. I don't have a high gain antenna, so I can't use this at all. The same goes for this from here. I never touched. I touched some of these buttons during the pre-launch, but I didn't touch these ones or this one. Well, I touched this one to activate the radio. This one, specifically this one. I mean that there are buttons I didn't touch a lot. I didn't touch at all during this mission, so it may look scary, but at the end you are not touching that many buttons. I think that maybe I will touch a lot of buttons during the entry preparations, because evidently we must isolate the CM from the service module. So I guess that I will touch a lot of buttons that I didn't touch until now at that moment, and that is for the most part the reason I will die in the first attempts to make the entry, because when if for any reason. Oh, just a moment, I must perform a procedure. We are gonna do the ECS redundant component check. This reminds me that this is another bug that I am experiencing this version of the Apollo 7. I mean, the procedure say you to close this, select this to one, and press this. When you do this, you go up, and like you can see, these indicators moves up like crazy. Master alarm will sound at any time soon. Okay. That is nominal. All is fine, but what it is not fine is that when opening this one, closing this one, selecting 2 and pressing this button again, the same amount of seconds, if you wish, it doesn't care, it doesn't matter. This time this doesn't move, and that is a bug, an annoying bug, because in real life that could means that there is escape from the ventilation system. So that is a very that could mean a very terrible thing in real life. But I have checked, and if you change the procedure and instead starting with the B with the B valve, you start with the A valve, things work correctly. So that is a bug. This open and both. So they work fine just the first time, but for some reason when you press a second time this button, things doesn't work like they should work. That could be another bug. I have noticed it, and it's already reported. Okay, I'm gonna take my timer. Okay, this all looks fine. We close this. I switched from 3D panel to 2D panel because the panel I just opened can't be opened in 3D panel, but that will be fixed in the future. Okay. Secondary selector, proceed, hace 1, proceed, secondary glycol dish press between 39 and 51. Oh, that is perfect, that is fine, that's fine. Secondary outcome quantity between 30 and 55%, that's correct. And then you must during 5 minutes this in evap position. Yeah, after 5 minutes this indicator that it's moving down will show us a temperature between 38 and 50.5 degrees Fahrenheit. If not, we have a problem that I don't even know how to solve. But until now all works correctly, so I don't have any reason to think that it will not work this time. So honestly, it's very easy to make this mission. I don't know the other ones, but so the real problem of Apollo 7 for new players is the fact that you are against something that you don't know at all. And I admit that you need some help from other, but there are forums there are discords for NASSP users, and you can ask whatever you need there, and with some keywords, some clues from there, you really can push this forward without any problem. And uh, of course I was not trained like the real astronauts, but it's very funny to see that the real ones, even if they were trained, felt confidence just after the 5th day of missions. And it's very curious that when you are absolutely new like me doing these missions, it's exactly after the 5th day that you start feeling very comfortable with the ship, with the procedures, because like I said, they are very repetitive. You must repeat them a lot. So there is at one point happily you really feel that you know all you need to make this mission. Yeah, and I really think that it's very fine if you fight your way with this mission like a first experience, because it will make much better Apollo 8. I mean, I am very sure that I will enjoy Apollo 8 a lot, because all the fears, all the doubts I had doing Apollo 7 will be avoided completely for Apollo 8. So I can't wait for starting Apollo 8. I can't wait. And of course, what you really need, it's a lot of patience. But as I said, for those that are not as patient as me, you can accelerate the time of this simulation. Personally, I think it's a sin. You can do that in a simulation. It's a personal preference, because there are things that you will miss. I mean, for me, it's priceless the fact that I have witnessed how the moon was moving along these days. I don't know how to explain it. Wait, just a moment. I am gonna reset this at any time soon. 1 minute, and the train between 50. Okay, between 38. The temperature was very well set. Okay, the temperature was fine. Now we must reset for 1 minute. I think that is a waste of the its experience, a very nice experience. Ebap. Wait a moment. Ebap is center. Okay, thank you. Okay, all is fine. Okay, all is fine. Next procedure will be a hydrogen purge, a I mean a fuel cell hydrogen purge. So in 1 hour we will activate this switch to activate the heaters for preparation for the hydrogen purge. This is something that you must do. I don't know why. I don't know all about this ship. I don't pretend knowing everything about this ship. I am very far from knowing all about this spacecraft, but it's very nice to know that I know a lot about this spacecraft in nominal conditions. And you must while you can't make the fuel cell purge from the oxygen without any problem directly, for the hydrogen you must activate these heaters 20 minutes before proceeding, and you must keep this activated for 10 minutes after the fuel cell purge. Well, that will happen in any case tomorrow. I am gonna finish my today I wanted to speak a lot. I'm sorry, but for me it's right now 24 hours and 8 minutes, so I must go to sleep. Tomorrow I must go to work, and so I can't make nothing more for today, but I will finish what I wanted to say, if I can remember. I don't know, I am a little tired. Whatever. Okay, I was trying to say that for me it's priceless, the fact of experiencing the real velocity. It's hard to explain. I mean, I liked a lot feeling how much takes move around the Earth, how fast move the moon in real time. For me that is priceless, and you miss all of that if you accelerate the time. I could never accelerate. Under my point of view, I could never use that button, because I think that I really miss a lot doing that. Maybe for training it could be considered a fine thing to do, but I am training and I still can't do that. So for me it's a mix of training and enjoying the views. For that reason I don't hesitate of keeping an eye out there as much time as I can, because I never have enough of those views. Of course all this is virtual, of course it's all fiction, but a very accurate fiction, I must say. I said before that over here you have 35 gigabytes of information to make this high definition, high resolution, and all the mountains, all is recreated. So and the pictures are taken from real missions of picturing the Earth. I mean that this is as realistic as you can get under my point of view. You will, I hope to show you the moon, because the moon it's really amazing. It has a good amount of gigas, those textures, and as the Earth ones, the moon textures are taken from so are pictures from are real pictures from the missions, as the mountains information. All that information came from real missions. So the Earth and the moon are very well, are depicted very well. So for me it's a really nice view to see, and but you only will miss all that if you just press the button to accelerate the time. So for me that is not tolerable. So okay, that's all for today. I repeat, I'm sorry for my English. I am not familiar with. I think that I am more understandable through writing my thoughts through the chat. But today I wanted to express my feelings using my microphone. I'm sorry if that was very annoying for you. In any case, I hope that you enjoyed and learned something about this spacecraft, and I really hope that maybe one of you maybe someday will try this simulator, because I really think that, well, I repeat, I don't know how hard will be the next missions, but Apollo 7 is a very nice mission to do. If you go to a Discord or forum, or if you go to Discord or you find out any forum related with NASSP, I bet that you will find all the help you will need to understand the procedures. But as soon as you understand these procedures, as soon as you understand what you must to do, I promise you that all is very intuitive, even easy to do. And sadly, the last 2 days, as you are witnessing, are the most boring ones. You basically are only focused in keeping the ship in nominal conditions, doing little checks here and there, like the next fuel cell hydrogen purge, another copy block data at hour 2:48 and 56 minutes, pardon, excuse me, and I don't know, following my own flight plan. I don't checked the real times where the crew went to sleep. I am just figuring out by looking the flight plan. Personally, I am gonna switch off the lights at the hour 248. So in 4 hours, in less than 4 hours, I will make the crew to sleep and I will pass the last hours of sleeping. Of course, in real life, for this mission, one crew member was always awake, and that is very curious and a very bad idea. And in fact, later in future missions, the rest periods will be planned for the 3 crew members, because it's a very horrible experience it seems when two of them are trying to sleep while the other one is doing things, because he's not remaining silent. He's, for example, he's copying block data, so he must communicate with Houston using his voice. Sometimes he must perform fuel cells purge, so it will maybe trigger master alarms. So the rest periods for two of them were very horrible, it seems, because the other member was all the time moving and making sounds. I think that for this mission they didn't block the windows, because probably they hadn't anything to block the windows, so the sunlight, maybe they had, I don't know, I must inform myself about this, but maybe they had at least something to cover their eyes. But if not, just imagine being illuminated by the sun each 1 hour and 40 minutes more or less. That could avoid you even more from sleeping correctly. And of course, just imagine staying awake basically 24 hours if you were the poor guy that was forced to stay awake. But I think I am wrong in this. I think that while two of them were awake, the third one has a rest period incrusted in the flight plan. I could check that if I want for the future. For this mission, since I am just training, I just making the rest periods in my own, but not very far from the real thing in any case. In any case, the next rest period will be the last one from this mission, and after that only a few hours more will separate us from the end. I repeat that I will die in the re-entry several times, because I don't know how to make the re-entry. I am here learning, so it will be normal. But who knows? Maybe I'm very lucky and I am very quick with the procedures in the first attempt, and I am able to make it. I don't think it will be the case, because it seems that it's very complex and you have only around 1 hour and 20 minutes to perform a lot of things. And after the burn, the flight plan will, following what Turry said to me this evening, it seems that after the last SPS burn, the 8th burn in this mission, and when I am and while moving towards the atmosphere, I must align these balls a lot of times to be sure that they are really showing my attitude. A lot of things that I don't know. And it seems that you must do it very, very quick. I think that let's see. Well, here in my flight plan there is no mention of the ordeal. I guess that the ordeal, if you want to know, is configured using panel 13. Right now is off, but when activated and configured like this, it shows you in this ball from here the attitude you have using the Earth like the reference. The computer is still using its own reference. Sometimes it uses sun as the reference, sometimes use Earth as a reference, or the moon as a reference. Normally for this mission he's all the time using the sun as a reference. but when you set the ordeal, this ball is showing you your attitude uh, uh, um, relative to the Earth. So it starts working like the attitude indicator from a plane. So you really know where is the sky, where is the Earth. And I don't know if I must configure the ordeal for the re-entry, the entry, or will use the orbital indications all the way. What I know more or less, because the things I saw in previous videos on YouTube, is that at one point I must make more, I must move this to the left. I don't know how much, I don't know if I must make these tests. I did one test at the launch, because here there is a little pen or a little thing able to draw a line, and I did a test that, so this test looks exactly like this one, but this little yellow thing originally before the launch was over here, and when performing a test using this switch, it draws a line perfectly from here, stop here, move there, and then moves up all the way. That's the reason you see this line, this black line here, and then moves up. So these are tests to be sure that the pen is calibrated and the paper is correctly placed. I guess that I will make one test or two, but at this side of the paper, probably the paper is here, but when deployed, it starts showing a re-entry path, let's say that. So basically we will see this dot following a planet line of re-entry, and that will be the thing that will show us if the re-entry is fine or not. If we are able to survive that, I'm sure that I will not. Basically we will look for this, and at this altitude I will press this button, and when this indicator reaches this area from here, I will deploy the drops, and finally the main deploy. While falling, I know that I must empty my fuel tank, so to avoid any possible explosion when doing the splashdown. And when touching the water, I must press this button from here, main release, to release the parachutes, so the cable will not stuck around the capsule. That's the theory, and I really don't know nothing more about the entry. All will be very, very, very new for me. What I know is from NASSP 6, but that add-on at that time, 20 years ago, was very ridiculous. It had nothing to do with the present thing. And that time I remember that I didn't even press this, and that time I think that I didn't even press this. All was automatic. It was a very easy experience, fun experience, yeah, but this time I must do all by myself. I don't know. All will have. The problem is all the things I don't know that I must do during the re-entry, and of course, the new things will take time, and that time will kill me. I'm sure about that. But I am training. I'm learning, so it will be fine. And I will be very happy because I really want to know how to make the re-entry. In NASSP 6, the re-entry, the only thing that the little tutorials show you about the re-entries was like put your perigee at minus 30 kilometers and nothing more. And the re-entry was in one it was it was performed in a rude way because you reach easily 9 Gs with no problems, maybe even 12, but since the capsule can't break or destroy it, you just reach the low side of the atmosphere, and you just and basically the parachutes and all the things were activated automatically. You reach the water and that's all, and that's all. But this time it will be like the real thing, and until I know the real thing, I don't know if you know that, but in real life, for the Apollo capsule, you don't make one entry. You make 2 entries. A soft one that allows you to lose velocity, but you make a roll to make the capsule generate lift up, so you start moving up to avoid hitting the shield, and finally there is another roll, so you stop lifting up and you start lifting down, so you start moving down toward the atmosphere, and then you make the hard entry where you reach 4 Gs if all goes well. This is the G indicator, and well, it's very curious how it is done. And another thing I know about this is that at one point I will need to maneuver the spacecraft manually to entry position, and that will be a dangerous moment. My friend Turry, it seems that I still don't know why, but it seems that he put the shield looking exactly in the opposite direction. I hope that I will avoid that, but maybe I will make the same mistake. Remember that the shield is in the Z direction, is in that side, so just imagine by using these city lights, if we are moving in that direction like we are doing right now, I will need to maneuver the ship manually to make the shield look forward that direction, so the atmosphere will hit the shield and not my cockpit. If I make this correctly, we will be safe, but if I do it in the wrong way, we will die because that. With no doubts about that. But I will try to avoid all that as much as I can. So, well, that is the idea, but I don't know how to make it real in the real thing. But we will discover it. I hope that I will try to do that. So the next days I will try to move mission forward, and I will try to stop simulating when at hour 257 and plus 10 minutes. I want to reach that hour, and beyond that we will make the orbit. My goal is doing that as soon as possible, but I don't know how many hours I will fly the next days. So I still don't know if I will try this Sunday, or this Monday, or this Tuesday. But I really think that I have a strong chance to finish this mission one of these 3 days. Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday. I will see. And then, but I think that I will reach the end of this mission by that time. Of course, I will delay that if I failed doing that in my attempts. If I need, let's say, 3, 5, or maybe 4 attempts before doing it correctly, that will maybe move forward the time I will be able to finish this mission. But if I only need a few attempts, I think that maybe this Monday I will finish this mission. And I really think that I will start Apollo 8 the day after, but I can't wait. I can't do that quick, because like I did for this mission, I probably will want to print physical documentation to prepare Apollo 7. I have already, let me check. With all, I don't have the flight plan, but I have the Apollo 8 CMP checklist in physical format. So I already have that. I can check this manual for that mission, but I probably want to print the flight plan if it is available, and other things maybe. But as soon as I will have this printed, I'm sure that same day I will start Apollo 8. And Apollo 8 is a mission that I think that personally the only thing I fear is the translunar injection, but this evening Turry said me something that made me think, man, if that is true, this is very easy, because it seems that until Apollo 15 the translunar injection was made basically automatically. Basically it was completely calculated by Houston, and the third stage moved by itself alone. So basically the crew only needed to prepare the computer just to record the change in the velocity. But it was very automatic. Basically it was automatic, all the procedure. Until Apollo 15 it seems that it was like that. Later that, after undocking from the third stage, it seems that I must move around to make pictures. That will be very cool. But after that I think I think that I already know all about this ship to probably make all in the first attempt. Maybe I will fail with the famous P23 because this time I will perform that program where it's really intended. So that is intended to be used when traveling from the Earth to the Moon. So things maybe will be a little different from what I experienced in Leo. Maybe it will be different, and maybe that will make me fail my first attempts. But overall, I think that I am very capable to reach the Moon after that without any problem and perform the 2 ignitions you need to circularize the Moon orbit. And after that we will perform a lot of P22s, but that easy. Maybe it will change things to I don't know. I mean, you need 2 hours to make a revolution around the Moon, and maybe personally I think that should make the P22s even more easy than in the Earth, because you will have plenty of time to mark the spots you want in the Moon surface. But no, I don't know. Maybe I will find it quite difficult or something. That will be a new experience, with no doubts. But if I can do it with in the same way I did it in Leo at the end of the mission, I think that there will not be any problem. And I don't know, but I think that the important thing is that I don't think that the flight plan will ask me something new, and I think that I will do it all perfectly. I don't know. All is a marvelous way to learn all this little by little. But I feel very, very comfortable right now on this ship, and I really think that I will enjoy a lot the Apollo 8 mission. And I don't know, from your point of view, the travel to the Moon and the travel to the Earth will be very boring, I must say that, but the same was for the real astronauts, I guess. And the only thing that you will be able to maybe enjoy a little is seeing how the Earth will be smaller and smaller and smaller, and how the Moon will be bigger and bigger and bigger from a more or less real time standpoint of view. I think that I already did that in NASSP 6, and I personally think that it's very nice to see how you move from the Earth to the Moon, and you go back from the Moon to the Earth. It's very amazing for me. I can already say that it's very spectacular how you can't notice the velocity of your spaceship, except when you reach I am gonna say this in kilometers, because at that time I was using kilometers instead nautical miles, but at 30,000 kilometers you started to notice the Moon glowing, and at 10,000 kilometers that was amazing. You really know, you really see the Moon moving forward towards you, and it's very, very scary, even because then you reach the dark side of the Moon, Normally, normally when the sun is not illuminating that side, and you really are wishing that your perigee is correct, that you will not crash with the moon, you make the burn, and happily probably during the burn you start looking the moon surface at the windows. It's very amazing. It's very amazing. I remember that flying a fictional spaceship for this simulation. I remember that flying the Delta glider. Once I reached the moon, and that time I was using by first time the high resolution textures that I am using, that I am using right now. But the first time I saw that, I was so shocked that I forgot that I was pointing my engines in the wrong direction. So I was so amazed with what I was looking through the windows that when I started the burns, happily I saw my numbers growing instead reducing, and I was like shit. But well, in that time I moved very fast the ship 100 degrees, and I continued the burn, pointing the engines in the correct direction, and I reached the moon with no problems, because I even was using infinite fuel. So but what I am trying to say is that it's really spectacular, the moon, with these high definition textures. It will be, I hope that you will enjoy those views. And at that time I learned a lot about the craters from the moon. A lot of years have passed since that time, but I still can identify the more important craters: Copernicus, Posidonius, Petavius. I can identify Tenerife mountains. I quite find that funny, because since I am from Spain, I am very familiar with Canary Islands, and it's curious that there are some mountains that are named as Tenerife mountains. Another Pythagoras crater. Well, there are some spots that I am able to identify, because between all the craters, those were the things that, the craters that most called my attention. I can identify Mount Marilyn. Maybe if you are familiar with Apollo 13 movie or something, Jim Lovell, an astronaut that flew one Gemini mission. Sorry, I can't remember what mission now, because I am very bad for remembering that kind of information. I can remember perfectly how it's a P-52, but I don't know. There are info that I find quite difficult to remember. But I can remember that he was the CSM pilot for Apollo 8, and that's, I will be him in the next mission, in fact. And it's very amazing to think that Jim Lovell, Borman, I think, and the other one, I'm sorry, I can't remember the other name. It's amazing that these three men were the first men in human history to see with their own eyes the far side of the moon. It's that's epic. And he flew Apollo 13, but when flying in Apollo 8, he spotted a mountain that it seemed was not named by anybody, and he named it with his wife name. Marilyn, and I'm glad to say that I am able to identify perfectly that mountain. And I don't know, maybe other craters I could check, but for the most part I know enough to know where I am at any time. The far side is the one I know the less. Earlier I mentioned Tsiolkovsky crater, that is my favorite one, but while I know the name the Apollo crater, I am not very quite familiar with it, and I probably will not spot it, never. Tycho, maybe Tycho crater, because I like a lot the movie 2001, so I more or less I think I can spot it. But well, maybe we will not see it because maybe our orbit will avoid us from looking at that much far to the south. But in any case, it will be amazing make that mission. I would like to say, and I will finish with this, that when I did this in NASSP 6, I never flew Apollo 7, I never flew Apollo 8, 9 or 10. At that time, around 20 years ago, I already started with Apollo 11. I did Apollo 12, 14. I didn't made the 13 mission, and I did it until Apollo 17. I did one Skylab mission, and that's all what I did 20 years ago, but I really don't know nothing about how things worked for real, and that is something that I am starting to discover with this version of the NASSP. So I am very excited about starting as soon as possible the Apollo 8. For that reason, I'm really excited to start understanding how to make the entry, because that is the last thing I need to know. That that cabin called SOAC, that these two things are the last things I must to learn for this mission. Well, that's all. Thank you very, very much for staying there. I think very amazing, Adrian, because I think that since the past 4 or 5 days you are really there. I say bravo to your patience, and I really think that you are enjoying all this. So I will probably see you, if you want, of course, tomorrow. And to the others, thank you very much for passing by and checking my stream. That's all. Thank you very much. Safe and safe.